Hello, welcome to the July 28th, 2026 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the live stream today. If you've not attended a live stream before, how it works is you could just simply ask questions in the live chat field, or questions can be submitted in advance by emailing clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, it's always helpful if you could tell us which version of the software you're using. So if it's Cubase, it could be Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro. Also, which version number. So if it's like 13, 14, 15, and the operating system that you're running, such as Mac OS or Windows. Um, and realize that my ability to answer questions in a real-time manner may soon be impossible with the number of questions that are asked. So if you don't see an immediate response to your questions, if we could simply just not repeat the same question over and over again, it just kind of slows down the whole process. I would appreciate it. We should have an index of all topics that are discussed in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. And if you want to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, we have over 45,000 topics in 2,000 hours. We will you could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that site. We have two people that serve as moderators. We have Jazz Dude and Agent K. So they're not Steinberg employees. They do it to make it a better community experience. So we will want to extend thanks to them. And also we'll give an extra, we'll express an extra gratitude for Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, which is a great resource of information that's available for the Steinberg community. So if you want to look for tutorials, links, presets, templates, the latest Club Cubase live stream document, master index document with timestamps, you could find it there. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Steinberg now, and I'm based in the United States, just outside of Washington, D.C., in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, we will go ahead and begin. All right, so we see Michael Marshall joining from Somerset in the UK. And we have Klaus Olsen joining from Malmo, Sweden. We have Vince is Flyv joining from Winnipeg, Canada, who says he has some WaveLab Pro questions. We have Stefan joining from Sweden, as well as Adam Langford from Bedfordshire, UK. Always wonderful to see Jazz Dude on. Michael Marshall's first question. Will there be a Zoom on Friday? So yes, we will be having since it's the last live stream of the month, the 31st, we will have a Zoom social meetup. So we will give the link for the Zoom social meetup on Friday, or if people want to email me in advance to Club Cubase outside Club Cubase at Steinberg.de, I'm happy to share the Zoom link privately, but we just do it, for the benefit of the Club Cubase community. Great. All right, so Vince's first question says, I have 4 folders besides WaveLab Pro 13 with names called CD Standards, CD Standard version 14, CD Standard 1. Are these doubles? Can I delete them and get the proper amount of new files from Steinberg? So let me take a quick look here. I'm not sure if you have those at the same level. So when I come over here, let's say if I go to my Finder, I'm not sure if they are under Documents or if you're just seeing. So I'm not sure if you have it within WaveLab. Open up WaveLab here quickly. So like here I see like different projects that I have here. I have 4 folders beside Wavelab Pro 13. So I'm not sure if those are user created folders. So sometimes if you have created, I'm not sure if when you maybe export it, if you exported different files. So let's say if I come over here to my projects and we come over here, so let's say we have our montage, and I'm not sure if those get created maybe when you export the CD. So I'm not sure if, so it could be a good chance that maybe when I know you had questions earlier on exporting the CD to that, maybe at this point those particular folders were created. Kind of sounds like maybe it would be something that might be created during the like exporting a CD or exporting perhaps a DVD. So when you come over, to export, so it's probably going to be user generated maybe when you export it. So let me know if that makes sense. And if you want to send me a screenshot, I would be happy to take a look at it. And again, you can send that to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, we have Uno Memento joining from Finland. You're joining us. We see Jazzy giving kudos to Jan for unofficial Cubase drum, the unofficial Cubase, or for the Cubase index site. So Guy0919 says, hey, I'm having an issue. Sampler and drum machine doesn't pop up with edit VST instrument and full screen key editor. So let me back. I'll exit out of Wavelab. All right. Sometimes those devices, so say if I come over here and we go to our drums. So say if I have my drum machine here, so the drum machine itself isn't going to be a virtual instrument, and the sampler track aren't virtual instruments. They just show up kind of in the bottom zone. So it's not a VST instrument that we necessarily create an instrument track for. So it could be handled slightly differently. So let's say if I want to come over here and let's say I'm in the key editor, I'll convert this to MIDI event. All right, so if you're in the lower zone here, so let's just see if I have the VST instrument. I'll just move it to here. All right, so when I go to edit VST instrument, we'll see that it just will open up in the lower zone. So let's say, when you're in the full screen key editor, so let me just go to full screen mode. So when I come over here and we open this up, it may just switch the lower zone. So let's say if my lower zone is set to my mix console, right, and we are here. So let's say we have my mix console here in the lower zones. I'll move this window. So I'll just say select our key editor. So when I click on the full screen, we can see that it changes it to the lower zone, but it's technically, so that will make it the active instrument. And we can just come over here. So let's make that standalone. So if I have my window and it's opened as a standalone in the key editor, so because it's not technically a VST instrument, both the sampler track and the drum machine are kind of integrated, more tightly than a typical VST instrument. It would make it the active window in the lower zone, and if that is set to be independent, so as soon as I come over, let's go back to our key editor window here. And when this is full screen, always on top here, that we can just open and close that particular instrument. So let me just go ahead and minimize this. Now when I open this up, so just realize that, it will, as soon as we kind of open it here from the key editor, since, so you may have to have it as the drum machine and sampler control as, to open up as their own separate window. So, these aren't VST instruments, but they're kind of tucked away, but you can, again, just come over here and move them out of the lower zone, and then you should see it on top of the key editor. Great. So we have Matt Elston on, just saying hi. This Ninja Scared says, are we going to be able to color the drum pads in the drum track collectively instead of one pad at a time? So I think it's still one pad at a time. So let's see if I select multiple pads here, if we could. So, yes, I think I will mention that again, but let's say if I come, and so I don't even think that we have multi-pad selection, since they're all kind of dealing with. But I will mention that again as kind of a user comment, a kind of feature request for that. But currently it's going to be coloring one pad at a time. Okay, Taxi Williams asks, hey Greg, hope all's well. Thanks. Says, wanted to know, is there a way to use a logical editor to randomly shuffle audio clips similar to Loop Mix or Loop Mash? So if you, so let's say if I have several audio clips, let me just come over here. So I don't know of a way, but we'll give it a shot here. I'm not sure, like Loop Mash would, kind of, morph different audio parts together. I'm not familiar with Loop Mix. But I don't know if you wanted to layer them together or just change the order of them. So let's say if I come over, I'll take a quick look. Right, so let's say if we want to change the colors of these. Let's change them in order here. So I don't think that there's a way. So if you wanted to take the order of these particular events, and if you wanted to randomize the order of them, I don't think that there's a way in the project logical editor to do that. Because loop mash wouldn't necessarily do that, but it would kind of take different elements of different loops together. But let's see if we could attempt it in the project logical editor. And I'm not sure, as I mentioned, I don't know what loop mix does if you wanted to. Let me just see if there's. If we could adjust the position here. Here we could adjust the position of all of them. The starting position. But I don't think that there's a way to kind of change the order. So maybe if you could clarify if you want like the order to be changed or if you want them to kind of be mashed together. So sorry about that. All right, so we have David Knorr checking in from Alabama. Let me know what part of Alabama. I used to live in Huntsville when I was a little kid. And we have Franz Fuzz checking in from Santiago, Chile. And Boniface joining from Kenya. Okay, so we see I have an idea for the chord track. Can we make it able to tell us the chords we are playing in real time? I'd like to write on real time. So, the chords, if we have kind of the, the chord track definition open, so let's say if I come here and I want to define my chords, we could just say MIDI input. And then as we hit chords, we could see, but I don't think that we record into the MIDI editor. So, but let's say into the chord track. So let's say if I come over here, I have this track selected. And let's just see. So we don't necessarily like record into the chord track, but I mean, if you have the chords open, so let's say if we have, so if we have like kind of a blank chord, you could see exactly what chords you're playing here, but it's not like a real-time performance. I think if you want it perhaps more of a real-time capture, what you could do is, let's say if we have this setup, we could go to like under the MIDI inserts. If we come over context gate, that you could just kind of see the chord display. So if you want to see the chords as you're playing them, you could open up, the chord. You could open up like the MIDI channel, but if we record notes here, I realize this is kind of a two-step process. So let's say, so if I'm here, if I just turn this off, so let's say, okay, now and let's say I'm recording. Once I just take that MIDI event there and drag it to the chord tracks, we could immediately see the chords that we just played. So it doesn't do it automatically, but realize that if you are doing that, and if you have other tracks that are following the chords, you may have like all of your audio follow the chord tracks unintentionally. So it's kind of a two-step process, but if you want to see the chords, you could use that particular MIDI plugin and see what the chords are. Again, that's going to be the context gate. So if we set this to auto gate time to 0, as you play chords, you can just see the chord being displayed there. Okay. Great. So we have Michael Graybill checking in from Dallas. So we see David Knorr says, do you cover how to integrate Novation MIDI controllers with Cubase? I don't have a Novation controller. A lot of times, so many of the Novation controllers will have MIDI remote scripts. So as soon as we come over here, you could go to kind of a lot of times just connecting it. So let's say I have my Korg Nano control here. So you see that I had it. So as soon as I connect it, the Korg Nano control is automatically recognized. So there's a number of scripts for Novation controllers that come available, that are available. So if we come over here, let's get to our setup, we could just see that you can see scripts for a lot of Novation controllers. So most of these should be recognized as soon as they are connected into the system, and you'll see them under the MIDI remote. Now, once we go to your MIDI remote, at that point, you should see kind of a basic facsimile of, like a visual layout of the controls. And you may have pre-done controls. I know Novation, like some of their recently released controls are, they have released it with the particular MIDI remote scripts for Cubase, and we did kind of a joint promotion with them. But once you're here, you could also, at this point, just double click and you could assign particular functions to, thousands of functions inside of Cubase to, handle all of the different, to customize the functions for exactly what you want to do. Many times you may have okay, here's my quick controls for this particular, or my Korg Nano control, or if I want to control the mixer, so you could have different mapping pages as well. So I don't, know exactly which Novation controller you have, but a lot of them will have MIDI remote scripts, and there's also a whole area of MIDI remote scripts that are available to download as well. So, so I cover like MIDI remotes, but I don't have every MIDI remote. Companies aren't kind enough to send them to me to show on live streams. Great. So we see Jazz Dude just mentioning about the Spectral Layers Pro 13 trial version is now available. We had people that asked about that on earlier live streams. Great. We see Tim Weinheimer checking in from Mission Viejo, California. Thanks for joining us. Great to see you on. That field jumped. Okay, so you see from CB4 4441 says, hi Greg, just wanted to let you know that these live tutorials have helped me more than you know. Thanks so much for taking time to do this. It's been instrumental. So thank you for the kind words. It's always helpful. Always appreciate it. Also, thank you for the affirmation, Adam Langford. All right, so we see from Fran Fuzz question, how do I overdub tracks only recording CC automations? I've been using Merge Mix, but that doesn't work too well because the automation gets mixed when re-recording instead of replacing it. So let me know if, so let's go ahead and just take a quick look and say, okay, I want to, we'll just record our roads part here and we'll put some this quickly. Okay, so let's say I have, all right, so when I go to I'm going to play this and I move my modulation wheel all the way up, we'll get a little bit of vibrato. All right, so let's say I want to go ahead and we'll just record this. I'm going to move my vibrato up and down as we play. So no vibrato. All right, so now that we've come here, we can see that we'll have our chords. We will look at our modulation data that we've recorded. Okay, so we have our modulation data here that we could see. Now, modulation data you could have it be recorded as MIDI CC data or as MIDI as automation. So let's say we're doing record as MIDI CC data. I think if we come over here, let's go to our preferences on the edit menu in Windows or the settings menu on Mac OS. And I think if we go to record MIDI, that will say replace recording in editors. So if we have the editors open, let's come over here and just choose controller. So if I'm here, we can see, okay, I'm going to have my controller. And now I'm moving my control wheel here. And now it's replaced my MIDI CC data in the part editor. So, or within the MIDI event itself. So you may have to record within the particular MIDI, within the MIDI editor, And again, just look for this particular preference under record MIDI, replace recording in editors. Now, let's say if I undo that recording, you have this, and let's go to our MIDI record modes. So we could do this right in our transport. So let's say, okay, when I do this, I want to replace events. So let's see if I go ahead and record now. Okay, so when I replaced the notes, but I've also replaced just the particular MIDI CC. So let's come over here and let's choose to merge. So we have our existing MIDI CC. I want to now come over. All right, and I'm gonna hit record this time, which would help. All right, so we can see that I've now merged my new data. So we'll come over here. So we can merge the existing data. So if you want to replace the MIDI CC, so that if I come over here, so let's say in this particular, now that I have my MIDI record mode set to merge, so I'm gonna, we'll say on this recording, this part here, it will kind of, so we could just, experiment with the merge. So let's say now at this point, I have all of my CC data on this particular event here. And we go to our MIDI CC or CC automation setup and we say, okay, I want these to go into automation tracks. So now when I go to automate the track here, we see the automation lanes come up. So right now we have two different, I have modulation data as automation and modulation data here. This is often now when you would choose, when you have kind of the conflicting, we could say, okay, I want to replace the part range. I want to average it out. So at this point, we could just say, okay, I want to replace the last value. And then you could kind of coalesce between the two, between the parameter automation, the automation, or the MIDI information in the event. So probably the easiest way to do it, if you're working with MIDI that's in the event, is just to make sure that you have this particular preference enabled. Again, under record MIDI, and you could replace the recording into MIDI editors and just choose the controller. And then that way, if you just move like your modulation wheel or your other MIDI CCs, all the notes will stay the same. And then you're just replacing that. But you have to make sure that you have the MIDI record. If you want to see it, make sure that you have the MIDI record in the editor enabled. So let me know if that makes sense for you. Okay, so we have Soul Sound officials saying, hey, all from Canada. I'll be up in Toronto, I think in October. We're in Toronto area. We're there for the Imsta Festa show. Okay, so we see from Guy0919, this is in Cubase 15.0.1 release notes. This exact bug fix to key command edit VST instrument is working again for sampler and drum tracks and is stopped in 15.02. Can you check for yourself? Okay. Okay, so let's come over here to, I'm going to assign it in my MIDI remote settings here. Okay, so I have that setting here. So let's say if I go to bass, let's go to drum parts. So right now I have my MIDI remote. I come here to the drum machine. We can see that the drum machine automatically is taking effect from the keyboard shortcut. We will come over to have a sampler track here. Great, so now when I come over here to my sampler track, I have that selected. We see the sampler track go up. I will also just assign a key command for that. So I think that when you did it as a MIDI remote or key command that it didn't work. So let me just go to edit. Okay, so let's say if I'm here, I have my sampler track. See that the key command opens that up. Let's come back over to our drum machine track. So I have that selected. Let's say my mix console. And now I come back and my drum machine pops up directly there. So I think it seems to be working. All right, so we see Michael Teams just popped in from Scotland, stopping in to whack the like button. All right, and he'll be back next week with Scottish ice cream. Great. Have a wonderful time in Scotland. Hope you have a wonderful trip. Go to Glasgow. Say hi to my friend Paul Wishart, crazy Scottish friend. All right, so we have Brian Sawyer saying greetings from Yuma, North Carolina. That was in Arizona. Crossed the time space threshold. Great. So we see Soren is a bit out of order. He's taking antibiotics for a leg wound, says it hurts. Be happy you don't have trouble. So we hope for a fast recovery for you. All right. So we see from Flyv, what is Wavelabs called 8 channels 44.1K montage file. So it might be just a montage. So you were doing surround at 44.1. All right, so a lot of times if we were doing say we go to create, all right, so a lot of times when we're doing CDs, we may choose like a CD standard here, but we could also have an audio montage. That's going to be 8 channels, so we have 4 stereo channels. because a lot of times montages aren't just necessarily for audio CDs. We could think of it. Let's say these are, an audio, like an audio book recording. If you're doing a podcast and you have 4 different people that are being interviewed, that you could just simply record your audio directly here and set up, inputs 1 and 2 on this track, inputs 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8. And that would allow you to record directly, have a multi-track recording capabilities. So it may look something along the lines of go to so if you were doing kind of like, an interview, something like this, you could just come over and have, very typical podcasting scenario where, you have a caller in, a guest, and like a host and like a color host, like a sidekick. Each of those people could have different tracks for recording. So a lot of times, if you're recording a podcast or an interview, you don't necessarily need to, worry about your bars and beats per minute and what measure you're at. So people will just use Wavelab as just kind of like an audio capture tool where they're not doing it kind of in a musical context. So that particular preset just gives you 4 stereo tracks at 44.1K sample rate. Okay. All right. So we see from Taxi Williams just a clarification. Just says he wants to change the order of the clips. I'll play around with it some more to see if I could come up with something, but nothing that's like totally random with that inside of Cubase that I know of. But I'll play around with it to see if there's you might be able to, I'll just show one thing that you could do to kind of, if you wanted to change stuff up easily inside of Cubase, is just to come over. Right, so say if I have like samples here. And so if we have different samples here, I'll just change their colors and make it a little more obvious. All right, so if I come over to, we set our grid mode here. So let's say, okay, when we come to your grid mode, if we come over here, we could go to shuffle. And then if you just move like the event, so let's say if I move this event over there, that will kind of knock the other events over. So if I move this red event just to the right, let's say to the start of that, like at the end of that, we can swap the red and blue clips in the order. So it's not kind of randomly taking the clips. I will take another look just to see if anything pops up from my thinking in the project logical editor. Say, or yeah, so it would be adjusting the position, but let's see if it's Yeah, I might be able to see if I can get it. Let's see if I come here. I have. Let's adjust this position. We could kind of adjust the position of the selected randomly, but not necessarily change the order. I'll play around with it some. I know we could obviously do it with MIDI if we had MIDI triggering, like, if these samples were in Groove Agent, that we could take the output of Groove Agent and randomize the order of the notes in MIDI. But I don't know a way to randomize the events other than taking it into like a sampler or into Groove Agent, and being able to, play it back, but not the events. I don't know of a way off the top of my head, but if we incorporated those samples into Groove Agent, we could take MIDI notes and randomize the MIDI notes if you wanted to, and you could adjust, like when the next note starts, if you want to be like in monophonic mode so that, the one note will stop or the one note can continue to play, etc. All right, next question. Hi, Greg. In WaveLab, how do you edit a clip into montage as far as time-based automation? Let's say you want to do a high-pass sweep in real time. How is it possible? Thank you. Okay. Okay, so let's say I want to come here and I have
checking around. And she said, I'm not looking for a friend. She said, I'm just.
Okay, so let's come over here. Let's just say now when we do this, we could have our inspector, so we could have the master section, but we could also come over here and just do, so when we click on the master section, all of the effects that we apply here will be just for like all of the tracks of the montage. But if I click on the inspector and let's say I just want this particular clip, I will now come over, let's just do a filter. Okay. Then what I could do is, okay, so we can say our automation envelope. All right, so let's come over here and we will adjust our frequency. Okay, so I'm going to turn off the volume. Great, so let's come over here. Now, so instead of this being the volume,
And she said, I'm not looking for a friend. She said, I'm just looking for tonight. She said, I don't want no man who wants to treat his lady.
okay, let me just back here to the clip. Great. So let's make sure I have the right clip here. So select our clip.
Right, oh no, she was just looking for tonight. The way she walks to come and get it.
Right. Oh, sorry, I had the wrong clip
Oh
selected
no.
here. I'll just do a different clip here.
Love affair.
Okay, so again, select, uncheck the master section, go to the inspector to clip. We got this clip selected. Let's get to like a filter plugin.
Not a second love affair.
Okay, so now what we want to do
It was a 90-second love affair. There was something magic in the air. 90-second
so you
love
can see the
affair.
filter there changing.
I fell in love with a strawberry smile, mischievous grin and thrift store style. It was love for a minute, then it was gone.
So as we
It
do
was
this,
a 90-second love affair. There was something magic in the air. 90-second love affair. It was nothing complicated. It burned white hot before it quickly faded. It was perfect when it ended with a knowing glance and smile. No promises of anything more, no telephone lines. It was a 90-second.
so that way, again, you just go to your, click on the master section, go to the inspector, add the plugin. So this adds the plugin to the clip. And then you can just come right over here. You'll now be able to go between like our volume controls. And when I click here on this, we could choose our parameter that we want to be able to adjust. So you just kind of click right over here, say, okay, now I want this to bypass, I want to be the position or the resonance. And then you could just draw in the automations like clip-based automation. So let me know if that's helpful for you. We see that Jazz Dude's made a couple of Project Logical Editor presets and macros. We see Graham the Witcher on from Oxford, England. All right, so we have Bratman Studio checking in from Uptown Whittier in California, outside of Los Angeles. Thanks for joining us. We have Benny joining from Sweden. Rick at Bratman Studio is jealous of Michael Teens because he's Scotland. See that Jazz Dude has shared the kind of area of shared MIDI remote scripts. Thank you for doing that. Hatfield jumped. All right, so we see Pastoral Apologetics joining from Southeast Texas. Thanks for joining us today. Right, so we see Brian Sawyer's finally sold his house in North Carolina, so he has a bigger budget for his recording studio. So we see this Ninja Scared says, are we going to be able to zoom in and truncate samples in the drum machine in the future? I haven't heard, there hasn't been any announcements with that. I think a lot of times when people are, we could do that obviously inside a Groove agent. And, the samples can be truncated, before. So let's say if I have this particular sample here, we could truncate the sample in the project window. So if we wanted to, come over here, so let's say I just get my audio to, we'll bounce the selection here, and now I could drag and drop this, sample that's been truncated directly in my project window. So, with our, so as we have the sample here, we could pick and choose exactly which parts that we are. So I know that zooming, I don't think we could really zoom into a great deal, but you can truncate, but it's currently not available, but it's available in like 3 other areas of the program. So if it was like the only way to do sample editing, it might be, one aspect, but since you could do, I know, realize that it's for long samples, it's not the most ideal, but you could always just edit the sample in the project window or the sample editor or part editor and drag and drop it to the drum machine. So currently that hasn't changed, but I will mention it to the team again. We see Tony Trenzo joining from Australia. Thanks for joining us in the middle of the night. 4 a.m. there. All right, Pastoral Apologetics asks, I've forgotten how to record keys where the chord track keeps me from playing wrong notes. Is this possible, or am I hallucinating? Also, what about passing tones? Okay, so let's come over. Let's say we have a chord track. All right, so let's say we have a chord track here, and I want to take this Rhodes part. All right, so to get it where we only have the notes that are in the chords playing, if we go to the chords here, I could just say, let's go to enable live input. All right, and there's different modes here. So we can say, okay, let's say I'm in the key of like D major, and I could, let's say I'm in the key of D major here. So I want it to only allow me to play notes in the chords or scales or notes that are in the scales and chords. So if I come over here, we will go ahead, and as I'm just going to play, I'll open this up so we could see it a little easier here. All right, so I'm going to play just 3 notes. Right, and when I go to record, great, so let me just make sure my Rhodes part here. We'll go to chords. So I'm going to say live input. Let's follow the chords. I'm hitting the same. And now you could just record in with those particular notes. So if I wanted to come here, so let's just say, okay, let's record now. Click. So now as I play the same chord, it's going to automatically change the particular chords so that we could see all of the MIDI notes kind of laid out to us and they follow the chords. Now, kind of the second question is, what about passing notes? I'll just read it. Is it possible, or it says also, what about passing tones with the chords? So all you'd have to do is come over here once we go to the chord track. So we can say chords, but we could also just choose scales and chords. So if we play notes, we could have those automatically map to the scale as well. So in this case, we're in D major. We can just come right over here and have the notes that fall within the scale so that you can't play wrong notes. So make sure that you have on the MIDI or instrument track that you have chords enabled. If you don't see chords, go to your setup section and make sure that the chords are checked. And then you could choose whether you want it to be in the scales. So you could choose for the live mode, and if you want to do scales and chords, you could do it directly there. All right, so we see how to make a quantize setting from hit points in an audio loop. Can you show how to do it in the live stream, making sure I understand correctly? Okay, so let's find something that has an interesting drum loops, so like a groove. Okay, so let's say I like that particular groove. I'm going to drag this over to just an audio file. Increase the Okay, so if I like this particular audio file and I like that groove in it, so anytime that we have audio that's been recorded into Cubase, it's automatically, or as soon as it's imported, it does a quick analysis of the file and places all of our hit points. All right, so we look at our hit points, we could see kind of where our hit points are falling. And at this point, we have this little create option. So you may have to expand the choice here for create to do that. And we'll say create groove. So now that we create the groove, it shows up in our quantize preset. So right now, when I come over here, we'll see our slow rock. So it's the name of the groove. It's 104 beats per minute where our project is, and it's for 4 time. So when we go to open up our quantize preset, we will see that, we could have this particular groove set up as opposed to straight 8th notes or 16th notes. So if we look at our line here, we could just say, here is our groove. And then we will see those lines shift so that is now our particular groove quantize preset. So whether it's an audio event or a MIDI event, another way to do this is to just drag. So let's say, okay, I have this as quarter notes. I could just drag this audio file this loop directly into the quantized setup, and then you could just make a groove quantized preset just like that as well. So 2 different ways. One is to go to the hit points in the sample editor if it's in the project window. Go to the hit points tab, expand the create options, create a groove, and then another way is just to open up that particular feel, the quantized panel, and drag a loop in as well. So say if I'm here, so a couple different ways of doing that. All right, so we see from Bratman Studio, hey Greg, after a Cubase session, if late, I'll put my Mac Studio in sleep mode and then come back to find next morning, but Cubase doesn't sound cursor, yes, but no output unless I reboot. So what you may have to do, it could be that, when you go to sleep, maybe the USB audio device is also falling asleep and that may not wake up. So, check to make sure. It'd be interesting. You could maybe try an experiment of just using the built-in audio and see if it sounds like, when you're going to take a break for lunch or something, and you could adjust your sleep time accordingly. But once you put it to sleep, if the built-in audio, if that wakes up, mine always does. But it could be that, perhaps the USB port isn't waking up, and your audio device that's connected to that port is not waking up. So it's probably going to be how your USB interface, I think you have a Focusrite, if my memory serves me correct, if that interface is waking up or not from sleep mode. So if Cubase is playing, but you could test it real quick just by switching your audio device under your studio setup. Under the audio system, try setting it to built-in. You'll hear it through kind of the built-in speaker. It may sound really bad, but see if when you wake up, if the audio is there, and that will give you an indication that's probably going to be the the audio interface that's not waking up. It's kind of outside of Cubase's realm. Okay, so we see Patrick asking, hi Greg, I was wondering if I could set note ranges to send notes from a single track to different MIDI channels. All right, so let's give it a try here. Let's do a new project here, make it simpler. All right, so let's just do a little Iconica sketch here. All right, so let's say I want clarinet on MIDI channel 1. And I want on MIDI channel 2, let's do a trumpet. All right, and let's do violin on MIDI channel 3. All right, so I have So we have trumpet, and let's do clarinet. Okay, so let's say on this track, you'd probably set up, let's go to like a MIDI. Let's get to the transformer plugin. So we can say, okay, I want notes from D2 to C3. So I'm going to come over here. Let's say let's do, so we could do probably two different ways. So I'm going to transform. So let's say on this particular one, I could also do, I could do this a different approach as well. We try just the input transformer. Okay, so I'm going to go to the routing page here. And we see, once we go to routing, we'll see this little squiggly line. It's the input transformer. So I'm going to do this on a track. So we're going to open the panel. So we're going to say you want to transform, and we'll say notes type is equal to note. Then we'll say our subtype here is inside range. Open up the instrument one more time here. Okay, so let's say we want our clarinet from D0 to C1. Okay. So say D0, C1. And then we want to say, let's see if we could just assign these to channel set to fixed value 1. Okay, so what I want to do now is say from C#1, we'll just say D1 to D0 to D1. So D0 to D1 is going to be to channel 1. Let's come over here and let's set this to, we'll say D1 to D2. One. Okay, so we're going to do basically come here. Let's do another preset. We'll say our subtype, which is pitch. Say inside range. We'll overlap the D1 note to D2. And we want this to be going to channel set to fixed value 2. And we can have 4 of these open at once, but we'll say, okay, let's insert our note. Great, so we'll say our subtype again. And we do subtype because subtype is the subtype MIDI message for a note message. Here we're going to say D2, D3, channel set fixed value of 3. Okay, so now put this to MIDI channel any. Check. So look at this one again. Great, so let's activate these 3. So let's look at our editor. All right, so let's say we have D0. So that's how you could do that if you wanted to. So you could, if you want to do it in real time, where those particular notes go into the key editor here. So, that could be a way of doing it. Now, a simpler way for you using like Hallian or Hallian Sonic, what I would do is if these are all set, I would go to the MIDI and set them all to channel 1. And then you could say, I want these particular notes to play from, say, D0 through D1. Then we could say D1, D2, D2 through D3. So these could all be on the same. So now, like as we would play, if you didn't need them to be on different MIDI channels, we could now, I'll just put this to channel 1, so they could all be So if you wanted 3 different instruments, you could filter out the range right here or have overlapping range, so you could filter out different keys there. If not, you could come over and go to the input transformer, and then you could just open up that particular panel, and as you go to record the notes, we could automatically transform the notes to different ranges to different MIDI channels. So play around with that. Let me know if that makes sense for you. All right. So we see from Roby M. Becky, or maybe Robbie M. Becky, says, what's the best way to merge 2 separate versions? CPR files. One version is at 60 beats per minute and the other at 115 beats per minute. So the sounds and recordings from the other go to the first. All right, so let's do just a simple project here. Check the tempos. Let's say 60 beats per minute. Okay, so let's say I want this to quick. Okay. All right, so let's say we have this going on musical mode now. So let's say we have this. I'm going to change my tempo to 60 beats per minute here. So as we play this, okay, so let's go ahead and just add okay, so let's say we come here. All right, so let's say that's our song at 60 beats per minute. All right, and let me just add their part here. All right, and let's change this to 120 beats per minute. so let's save this as 120 beats per minute. Okay, so we have our two projects. Best way to merge two separate versions with one version is 60 beat per minute and the other is at 115. So the sounds from the other go to the first. I'm not sure if you want to. So let's say if we start off, we go back to our 60 beat per minute song. Okay, so let's say if we're here, I'm going to move my cursor, let's say to bar 9. And I will just come, so I'm not sure if you wanted to transition the tempos from 60 to 120 or 60 to 115, but let's come over and I'm just going to import tracks from project. So we'll come here. Okay, so we have, and I'm going to put it at the cursor position. Okay, so let's say now we have kind of our 60 beats per minute. So that way I can just come over here. I could immediately kind of transition between those from our. So when I did the import tracks from project, I placed a cursor where I wanted the second project to go into. So when I come here, let's say, come over here to our song at 120. And then I did it at the cursor position. I selected all the events. Now, if you wanted that to kind of transition between the two, I could say, okay, let's remove, and that imported the tempo node as well. But I could say, okay, I want this, and we could go to our tempo. And if you just say, okay, we want to ramp, and I could say, okay, I want this to be at 60 beats per minute. And I want this to ramp up to 120. So if we wanted to transition between those two at disparate tempos. So we can give it like a measure before to speed up. Then you could transition directly to the new tempo. We'll go back to our original tempo here. We'll skip ahead just a little bit. And then we could start kind of the transition tempo wise. And then over 2 measures or longer, be completely at the new tempo so it's not so abrupt. And then back to your original tempo. So let me know if that makes sense or if you needed to do something different with that. All right. So you see from Patrick, could you help me make a logical editor preset to split a string ensemble region into individual voices for use with legato string patches? Thanks again. Okay. So let's say if we have like my chords here. Okay, so we'll just listen to this and imagine this part is strings. Okay, so we go into our score editor. Let's say we wanted to look at that. So one thing, that probably makes maybe the easiest way is if you go into the score editor, and then if you go to functions, we could choose to explode. So we could say we want to go to two tracks. To new tracks, we could preserve the original track. So we'll say our number of new tracks, we have 3 voices. And we'll come over here. Now that we've done that, let's close out. And we can see that we have kind of our 3 voices here when we go into our score editor. So those will automatically be split for us. So try just to go into the score editor, even if you're not using it. Go to score, to functions, to explode. We could say, let's explode to new tracks. We could preserve the original track to keep it as is. Why not? Doesn't really cost you anything. We have 3 voices, so I want 3 new tracks. We take this example here, and now these are all split out to their own individual tracks here. I did it twice. And we can see that when we go into the score editor, that each of those is split up accordingly. Let me know if that's what you want to do. That's helpful. All right, Steve Green asks, hi Greg, I unmix the song in spectral layers. If I leave to do something else, I come back and the lower window states no editor open. It drops out of the unmix. Is there a setting to stop this happening? Okay, so I think we have kind of an unmixed project here of it. Sent. All right, so this is something I did on a previous live stream, so I haven't opened it up since we left it. All right, so I have this, I believe it's still when I select track and I double click now, because this particular track here is set to the spectral layers here, that now all the, unmixing it. So make sure one that you just have, that you just double click and you see the track here. So if you thought the kick was way too loud, or you want to make the kick louder. So it could be, if I do something else, come back to lower window states no editor open, it drops out of the unmix. So, make sure that if I go to like the mix console, to the sampler track, or, that you have the editor open, and that, so we see the no editor open. So I haven't selected anything, so I'm just going to double click here. So just double click and then you should see the spectral layers. So it could be nothing is selected to have that. So just try double clicking on the event and then you should see spectral layers open through the ARA extension in the lower zone window. All right, so we see from Bratman Studio, what is montage or file? I hear you say it, but I don't know what it is. So a montage is in Wavelab, is kind of we can think of a montage, like we have two different views. One is going to be two primary editing, like environments within Wavelab. One will be just a raw audio editor. So when I come over here, I'll open up a project. So if I wanted to do just audio editing, I can like have a single audio file that I'm editing here. And the other editing view is going to be what we call a montage. So if I wanted to come over here, we could just say, okay, a montage we could use for editing multiple audio files together in a single environment. This could be for doing interviews or podcast. Montage was originally intended for when we're working with audio CDs so that we could see all like multiple audio files that can be edited together as a single entity. So we could say, okay, this is song 1, song 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on my CD. And when we want to come over here, I could just say, okay, when we go to our edit, I could say, let's edit the source file. Now I'm editing just the particular single audio file, which would give me some additional things that are specific just to this audio file, or I could edit multiple audio files together. And when we edit multiple audio files or clips together, this is the montage editing environment inside of Wavelab. So I guess we could have sued Yamaha for the term montage for their keyboard series, but we're the same company. So it could be a little confusing because Montage is also just a keyboard workstation from Yamaha, but the Montage has been around, was introduced in Wavelab 3, probably 1997-ish. So Montage is a way to assemble multiple audio files together so that it could be a CD, an interview, a podcast, a book on tape, whatever. So a collection of individual audio files. That's a montage in Wavelab terminology. Adam Langford just saying montage is our word for collection. That's a great way of looking at it as well. All right, so you see this Ninja Scared says, see, I like the chord display feature, but it's small. I think it needs to be bigger and maybe a feature in the chord track for pianists like myself who write in real time. So, it's really just a matter of one click to take your chords, and convert it, from, to create a chord track from your piano performance. It may not show you in real time, but my guess is you know what chords you're playing already. And then, you could just take your particular piano performance and drag it to a chord track, or, just come up. So let's say if we go directly to let's say even if I take a piano part kind of like this, all right, so let's say even if we have, I could just come over here to my project menu and go to the chord track and say create chord events And then you have so you could just come over there and see the exact chords that you played. So it doesn't show you in real time, but again, those chords in real time may affect other audio tracks, other MIDI events. So, so that's why it's kind of a two-step process. So. All right, so you see from Guy 19 says, used to pop up in the key editor, version 1501. I can share a video if that would help. Yeah, please share a video to Club Cubase at Steinberg.de. So let's say if I switch this to a drum track, so let me see if I still have that. Go to my remote. Yeah, so I think I will see if I could go back to earlier versions of it. But let's say if I'm here and I'm full screen in my MIDI editor. So we can see that when I hit that button, that it takes me here. We're opening up the drum editor. So not sure if this is always set to always on top. But there we can see that the drum editor is opening. But if you have a video, please share like a download link for me at Club Cubase at Steinberg.de. All right, so we have Steve Green who asked, Greg, one more. After unmixing a song in spectral layers and dragging the various instruments onto separate tracks, do I bounce or render in place each track? It really depends on what you want to do with those particular tracks. So if you want it to be able to, render those files independently or do a mix without those particular files, or if you're handing it off to someone, so let's say, again, we come over here, we get to our unmixed file. So, if you want to be able to just balance these particular, files, so let's say as we're here, like you don't have to drag them into the project window if you wanted to edit them. So let's say, okay, I wanted to take the vocals and tune the vocals afterwards and do like processing on the files. At that point, I would bounce the files. So, if you're not familiar, you could just come over here and drag like the individual components out. So if you want to take like, the vocals or the sax and brass parts, you can just drag those to the project window. These are still kind of basically not as, it looks like its own independent audio file, but it's still contingent upon this until you do a bounce selection. So you wouldn't be able to do like vocal tuning in Very Audio until you bounce the selection. If you wanted to, do, different audio editing, like when we go to edit, you may notice that we don't go into the sample editor until we actually render that as an audio file. So we could think of this as a representation of what we see in here. But if we wanted to do like further editing, then that's when you would bounce the selection. You just wanted to change the volumes, you could drag it out and adjust your volumes there, add effects. But when you want to alter the original file and edit the original file, that's when you'd need to do a bounce selection. Okay. Adam Langford got his Cubase LE. Got started with Cubase from the Modi X M8. Cubase AI. See, Rick says, turned him on to the Yamaha keyboard expert, my friend Tony Escueda, who's always awesome. People in our industry. Chatfield jumped. All right, so we see Maurice Anderson official says in Cubase 14 Pro, is it possible to keep instruments and their MIDI tracks in a folder with the same color? Mine turn gray when I drag or record them. Thanks and greetings from Switzerland. So I think that there was maybe a change in 15. Initially, there's a change I believe it was introduced in 15, where when you go to event display folders, that maybe it's under tracks. That was introduced in 15 to automatically have like the tracks assume the color of the of the folder. Right. So is it possible to keep instruments and their MIDI tracks in a folder with the same color? So it could be that like when you go to record, so let's come over here, new project, so we could watch from scratch. Okay, so now let's say I have my etude. All right, so I'm not sure if you have, so there are preferences. If you go to settings under user interface, you'll see track and mix console channel colors. So here we could always do use previous track color. So if I add a MIDI track, it's going to automatically, if I add an instrument track, it's going to add it and be the same color as before. So it could really depend upon your preference. And what was added in 15 is, let's say I have a folder track. Here. So if I add a folder track and this folder track is blue, I can just come right over here. And now when I drag let's say if I record events, so now when I take these two events and I drag them into this folder, that they automatically assume the folder colors, and that's going to be one of the preferences in 15. Let me see if I could find it. It might be a setting or preference. Let me see if it goes here. Event display. So apply color of folder tracks automatically. So I don't think that's in 14, that this was a preference that was added into 15. But let me know if that is helpful for what you want to do, but I don't think it's automatically going to do it. But if your preference for like when you add colors, so when you add a new track by default, if you have this preference here under the track and mix console to use default track color, that will give you kind of a gray. So when I come over here and I go to add a track, let's say I go to add an instrument track and we use the default, at that point it's gray. So you could have it automatically assume the color of the previous track if you want to in settings by going to under user interface. So if this is set to default color, that will always make it gray. I like to have use previous track color +1 so that it's incrementing the colors from your color palette easily. So let me know if that's helpful or if I'm misunderstanding. All right, Tim Weinheimer says, that's great. Lots of WaveLab questions today. Says, guess lots of people took advantage of the sale. So, Tim Weinheimer's just says, been using WaveLab a lot, starting to get my head around it, and get on mastering software, spending more time getting more comfortable using it. All right, wonderful to see Mark Rabin on, checking in from Montana. Everyone give a big woof to Mark Rabin's dog, Stella. See, Jazz Dude has passed on a virtual woof all the way from Germany. Uno Momento has also passed on a woof from Finland. Stella needs a bath. All right. All right, we have a question from Don M1547. Hi, Greg. Trouble with stems. I've imported stems from Pro Tools session. I can barely hear them unless I pan left or right on the tracks or master. The stems are 24-bit, 48K. So it could be that like maybe when you imported the stems, so something to check out when you import audio files. Again, this is a preference. You'll see it under editing audio. It could be that, I'm not sure like if you have just a stereo file or if you're importing via an AAF or OMF files. It's kind of like a translator between the applications, between different applications. So with that, we want to be able, if it's going to be OMF or AAF, it's automatically going to split stereo files. They don't handle stereo files. I don't think that's changed. So you may have a file that's going to be, if it's a stereo file, you may get the left and a right channel that are automatically split. So you may have to pan those. So let's say and we could say, okay, and this would be under split channels. If you're just importing like a stereo file, so let's come over here. Import a stereo file. And I have it set to split. Right, so now I do that, I can see that we get kind of like a split left and right. So depending on how the file was recorded, you may have to, to get it to sound the way it was expected, you might have to. So you see that that's going to be very mono because this is a stereo file that was split as opposed to.
There's a cool breeze blowing.
So I don't think it's going to be necessarily, a setting in Cubase. If there's the one setting that, may make a difference if you're dealing with stereo files, which it sounds like, is just to come over here and maybe choose to, when you import audio files, for it not to split channels. And then that would maintain your stereo file as is. But, so let me know if they're all stereo files or mono files, if it came over with an OMF or AAF. And if you get to this point where, okay, I really want this to be a stereo file, set it to mono files. For the longest time, many DAWs didn't record stereo files. They just recorded everything in mono. And if you have this scenario in your project already, you can just go to your project menu here and you'll see convert tracks. And here you can say mono to multi-channel. It will say our selected tracks. And now we can just kind of come over here and you could convert that directly to stereo as well. So try just again, go to convert project menu, convert tracks. So we'll say destination format stereo, hit OK. And now we have just a stereo version of that file. So I think it sounds like maybe the left and right channels, and maybe if someone had, sometimes when people export files, they may have a file that's panned all the way to the left, and then when they export it, and this could, so let's say if we have this scenario where we have the person has just this channel set up. All right, so sometimes when people are preparing files, they can mess up as well, and they may give you an audio file. I'll just do a quick audio export here. So if they didn't do something right, they may give you an audio file that looks like this, where it's a stereo, where it could be a stereo file, but maybe you only see data in one of the channels. And that's just how it was exported. So sometimes people may export a file and it may kind of look along the lines of this. So let's say, so depending on how the person exported the file, it may look kind of like this. So let me just redo this, convert tracks. But so you may see just like a stereo interlead file with information just on the left or just a right channel, and that could also cause, and that could be that the person that exported the files had exported only, let's see if I could just recreate this. So you can see it visually. So you may have a stereo file. Look at see if you have a stereo file where there's only one channel of information like this. So we should see a left and right channel. But if someone took mono sources and exported it through like a stereo bus, you may have all of your files here, and you may not hear this until you're only pan.
Chimney smoke in the air.
So if I come over here, it's adjust pan.
Leaves are starting to change about.
So that could make a difference for you as well. So check to see what the files look like visually, or if it was exported as an OMF AAF file. All right, great to see you, Lawrence, checking in from Rhode Island, from Barn Door Recording. Your comments. Right, so we see all right, so we see from section 1 says I have Cubase 15 Pro and just connected a couple of external synths. How do I record a jam with all VSTI audio files and the external instruments in real time? Is like mixed down real time where I can tweak synths. All right, so if I don't have an external device connected here, so let me just what you can do is let's come here. So let's say, okay, so if I'm not sure if you have, it's always a good idea for latency issues if you have enough inputs to just come over here and say, okay, we want to take your audio connections, and you could have external instruments. So you could have your external instruments connected here. So let's say, okay, let's say I have a Waldorf microwave. Okay. Okay, so now when I come over, I tell it where it's connected into my audio interface. So if you have an audio interface with more inputs, this is always helpful. So you could have one instrument going into your different ones. So let's say I want to now add my instrument track. So we'll add our instrument track. We'll come over here. We'll see under external instruments. Let's say my Waldorf microwave. We could come over here. Now what I could also do is, so now I could I send MIDI out to the Waldorf microwave. So wherever the MIDI is connected to my external device, and then we could take the output of that external device, the audio outs, to feed inputs into Cubase. So this is how we could do it in external. So we could just record the MIDI. If we tweak knobs, we could record that all as MIDI. If we want to capture that as audio simultaneously, what you could do is just to add a group track to the selected channels. So you could add multiple group tracks or just add one group track. So we'll just come over here and we can say for the input on my group track, so we will say, okay, so so we'll make this a stereo. Okay, now my audio input for my group track, I'm going to just come over here, or I'm sorry, let's just don't do a group track. I'm just going to add an audio track rather. Okay. And then for its input, I'm going to set my instruments. So if I have multiple instruments that are going into one stereo input on my audio interface, I could send all those instruments to a group and that group output to an audio track, or I could just come over here and say, okay, I want this Italian Sonic 01 here to, so we could now just come over here, and when I record the Hallian Sonic 01, just gonna set the input here. And then, on your audio track here, let me just. So now I could record the audio and MIDI simultaneously. So at this point, I could have the audio and MIDI recorded at the same time. So if you have any of your external instruments, it depends how you're getting those into the computer. So you could take multiple, like 10 instruments, put it into a mixer, take the audio output from that mixer to audio inputs, and capture all of the audio. If you wanted to discretely capture 10 instruments onto separate tracks, you need to connect those as audio inputs, preferably through an external instrument when you hit F4 in the audio connections, or you could connect them all to audio inputs, record the MIDI and audio simultaneously. So a couple of different approaches. So it depends on if your audio interface has enough inputs to handle multiple instruments, or you're just recording one instrument live. But either way, you could do it very easily. All right, so we see Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. Thanks for being online with us. It's Cat Buddy is waving a paw hello to everyone. Just reading through comments. So you see Bratman Studio says he'll try the audio input switch idea probably tonight. Right, Mark Rabin says, I'm working on some acoustic stuff, finding my drums to be overpowering and too present. Any hints? So it's kind of hard to hear. I could maybe, if you have like an MP3 or an audio example, I could, and you want to share that with me at Club Cubase at steinberg.de. So a lot of times, think about, like what the main, sometimes like if you were doing let's say you're doing a James Taylor type of project, get to think about what's important. And I run into this as a bass player. It's like, okay, I could play all these amazing bass lines and I could impress other bass players with them, but it really kind of takes away from like the focal point of the song, whether it's the vocal, the interaction between guitar and vocal. So, always think of what the song needs and maybe not what's fun to play for you. Sometimes as musicians, we could be selfish. We all work on our parts in our room for a long time. And, many of us want to be very prepared so that when we perform that we know our stuff and we want to impress other musicians, but, we always have to serve the song. So, if you're trying to be, John Bonham on a James Taylor record. While he's obviously an amazing drummer, it could be hard to make a John Bonham track fit in any James Taylor song, or vice versa, trying to make a James Taylor fit into Led Zeppelin when they're all electric guitars. So, try to think of the parts that actually fit the song as well. So sometimes subtlety is a great thing. All right, so we see Rick from Bratman Studio just asking Jazzy to show up for the next Zoom session. Yeah, so our Zoom session will be on starting at 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern. We'll go about 2 hours on Friday, and then at that point we'll migrate over to the Zoom. All right, so we see question to Jazz Dude from section 1. Where in the mixer do I see the latency? All right, so let's say if we have a large project here, let me just, where we have a number of tracks and we have different plugins. All right, so if we go to like your mix console here, you can go to setup sections, and then you'll see a latency section that you can check. And then as you add plugins on particular tracks, you could see kind of what the channel latency is on a particular track if you want to see it in the entire mix console. Again, we could just say we want to set up sections, right click, set up sections, and then you'll see the channel latency. So as we come over here, we'll just make this a little taller. And as we kind of scroll down in our mixer view, we could just see the channel latency directly above our channels here. So, and that will be the sum of all of the different latency in milliseconds and samples as well. So if I go to add an insert plugin, let's say here, like the vocal chain is higher latency because it's kind of compounding multiple plugins, like 16 plugins together. So as soon as I come over here, I can see that what the latency is for the different tracks. And if I have different plugins that each are causing different latency, so let's say a multi-band compressor in addition, that we could see the latency figure on every single track and see exactly what when we click in the latency field, we can see which plugins are causing your latency right there. As I remove a plugin, we see the latency figure go down that track, and that's the latency that's imposed by the plugin chain. All right, wonderful to see Peter checking in from Montreal. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. All right. See, Mark Raven just says the verb types what I need to figure out. I have a hall in the mix, but also use a spring and a guitar, very little. Being much more delay, less reverb on things. All right, we see Terry Gray checking in from Minneapolis, where you use Nuendo with Dante Virtual Sound Card. Worked great. So yeah. And we see David M checking in from Liverpool. Thanks for being online with us today. Wonderful to see you back. All right, we see that Peter's having a rainy day in Montreal. Raven's trying to sell some smoke in the air from Montana. Last week, God. All right, so you see Mark Raven just mentioned to Tim K, says he's using the Universal Audio plate reverb, have on SN, tried it long and short, pre-delay. I'm just not liking the results. Maybe I need to play with it more. One thing to always check out is don't forget that there's a number of plate algorithms or your IRs, different reverb captures that come inside of Reverence. So when you come over here, there's kind of a whole plate. So you can see like a number of different plates as well that are available. So check out some of those plates. They're give you great results as well. All right, Peter Raymond asks, hi, hope all is well. I've been able to do this by accident. How do you select an individual note in the editor, then adjust the velocity with the scroll wheel? Thanks. All right, so let's come over. Okay, so if you want to just do it, let's say as an individual note here and adjust the velocity, you could do it from the info line directly here using the scroll wheel. So if I want to select a number of notes here, we could see, and then if I wanted to adjust my scroll wheel, I could adjust it right there. Another method could be just to hold down, if you hold down the Command or Control key plus the Shift key, you could just move up. So at this point, it's not the scroll wheel, but you could just hold down the Command and Shift key, and you could adjust the velocity up. And this could be really helpful if, for instance, I have notes in a chord. So now I could adjust the velocity of this note. So Control or Command plus the Shift key, and then you could just hold down and move down to decrease the velocity, move upward to increase the velocity, and you can see the different color changes. So, but if you wanted to just do a single note, you could just come over here and go from the info line to adjust the velocity, or just Control, Command plus Shift, depending on your operating system. So, if that's helpful for you. All right, so we see some discussion on maybe taming some elements in the mix with reverb. So, one other great thing you could do with a reverb to get something tame is just to also just, try to, let's take this guitar part here. So let's say if we have a reverb on this guitar part, so let's say I'm adding an effect track to the selected track. And let's add a reverence. And we'll do one of the plates. All right, so we just. Right, so say now another trick you could do is like sometimes what we used to do in the old days to make a cheap reverb. So let me just adjust the reverb here real quick. All right, so let's say if we go to our plate reverb, let's say at 2 seconds. So, go to like the plate and adjust EQ on the plate reverb as well. So if you want to make it a warmer sounding. So if we wanted to now. So, feel free to, adjust the EQ on the reverb send as well as another kind of great trick of, giving a different environment for the reverb. So we see from Flyv just asks, is Wavelab used for YouTube mostly, or could I separate the tracks, each having its name, and distribute them all on what I would call a mixtape? So yeah, it's not just for YouTube, it's for any kind of delivery mechanism. So if that's going to be a CD, a DVD-A, if it's going to be optimized for YouTube, Apple Music, Amazon Music, Spotify, Deezer, so whatever the particular, and when you say, how could I separate the tracks? So again, we have our montage. We will come over. Okay, so let's say I have multiple tracks here, and now when I go to, we could click on the render button, or we could just, so we come over here, let's click on the render button or export. Here, when we choose multi, at that point, we could just choose all titles, and then each song within our montage will be exported as a separate file. And those files could be uploaded to whatever streaming service if you want to use, or to YouTube, or take those files and if you wanted to make an audio CD from that too, which a lot of people still listen to, depending on your genre. So if you're doing like country music, often CDs are still very viable for country music. So we see a question from Miss Mr. Ox says, "Hi, Greg. When can we expect some improvements to the favorites feature in MediaBay? Star rating workaround leaves much to be desired." I mean, there's different ways. So let's say if I wanted to come over to, my MediaBay, I will come over. You could also have your own custom fields. So let's say, okay, I want to come over here. Let's go to this computer to documents, projects. All right, so let's say I want to, come over here. So if you want to, let's say these are your favorite snares here. I could just say, I want to take these particular files here. So, obviously you could do ratings, but you could also just come over here and add your own tags for these particular files. So let's say, let's just click on the plus sign. I could create my own tag. So let's say we'll give it a yes, no. We could, give it a text. We could say, Mr. Ox approved. And, we could give it a number system, precision. So at that point, when we go to look at any of our files, we could actually just say, okay, this is Mr. Ox approved. And, this, you could give it a 5 rating. So then you could look for every audio file that is Mr. Ox approved with a rating of 5 or 6 or 7. So you could create your own custom tags as well within MediaBay to kind of, customize it more for, to be more in line with what you want to do as well. So let me know if that makes any sense. So, but yeah, make your own tags of stuff as well. Then you could really, custom tailor it and search for, things that were used on particular projects, or an album or an artist. So. All right. So David M asks, "Hi Greg, is there a drum machine volume 1? I have volume 2 with Cubase 15 on PC." So there was a drum machine that was introduced in Cubase 14. So when we come over here, we can see our drum machine. We could add a drum track, and now we could tie this in. So you could have your own kind of custom drum sounds here. Now, with 15, we added the ability of incorporating where when we save particular track presets, like with the pattern editor, that the pattern editor presets can be saved. So once we come over here and we choose to save the particular patterns, and once we do this, we could automatically load up, we could save these as a track preset. So, and with version 2, there's, more features with that, but we could come over to the pattern editor and save the particular track preset with that. So with that automatically recalled. So when we go to save a preset, at this point, we could save this pattern editor preset and instantly recall all the sounds from Drum Machine Volume 1. So you have Drum Machine sounds, and you may see Drum Machine Volume 2. And there's Drum Machine Volume 2 presets will include patterns, so that as you're working with it, the patterns automatically load up for the for the drum kit, so you could have patterns to work with and be able to modify them. Or if you, with version 1, you couldn't save the patterns with the drum machine preset. That's why you see Drum Machine Volume 1 and Volume 2. All right, so we see Da Vinci Girl, Daniela joining from Bochum, Germany. All right, so we see Mark Raven just says, so coming back to my original question, how did dull drums, less presence, less dominance, distraction in the mix? Okay, so let's take our Amos Moses project, which I use a lot. And another tool that you could use to do this is also the going to be the envelope shaper. So a lot of times we kind of beef up drums with the envelope shaper, but we could also kind of tame the drums a bit here as well. So let's go ahead and I'm going to select, I'm going to take this folder track and let's just make this folder track a group channel as well. Now that we open this up, let's take our drums, take it from the beginning here. And we could do this on like the channel strip. We could come over to the tools and you'll see the envelope shaper. So I could give it a lot of attack, or I could tame the attack, and just to see this as kind of the plugin itself. So it'd be found under Dynamics to the envelope shaper. And then you could just take the attack of the drums. Bring that down, or if you want the attack. So a lot of times people go to the extreme, but just take that same attack setting. And then you could really kind of tame the drums pretty radically. So let's just listen to the drums isolated. So this way it's not necessarily adding ambience, which could conflict with the mix, but you're just adjusting kind of the impact of the drums here. So go from, we'll do kind of extreme settings, let's adjust the attack. So often what people kind of seek out and try to do multiple stages of compression for, you can just, so I would play around with the attack on the envelope shaper, and that could tame drums pretty easily as well. Okay, Uno Momento wants people to whack the like button. All right, so we can see what's the best way to balance the volume of different instruments while creation in Cubase. So, it's often, one thing that people often discount is the arrangement of the song. So, good arrangements will often lend themselves to being really great mixes. So what we consider like many of like great classic recordings, like sometimes I talk to, engineers of classic records, and they'll be like, oh yeah, we just screwed the faders up at 0 for everything. I had a friend that was working on the Atmos and surround mix of Paul Simon's Graceland. And they had tracked Graceland obviously in South Africa, and they wanted to make sure that it was really hard for the next person to screw up the mix. So they, recorded everything so that when you put the faders up all at 0 dB, the mix was like 98% there. And that was, a way that some engineers, when they were tracking and not mixing, could still have their imprint on the mix. So, so sometimes working that way, but, when you're listening to a mix, one trick I learned from Elliot Shiner is probably the most amazing audio engineer alive, is if we're listening to a mix, let me just open up one of Clay's projects. He always does amazing work. Let me see if I have other ones. And when you're working at different volume levels, very low volume levels, you want to make sure, one, you always hear the vocal, and probably the second thing you want to hear is the snare. So say pretty dense mix like this. So many of, an Elliot Shiner school of thought would be just to kind of, when you're down really low, just kind of advance a bit. So, a lot of times people mix really loud, and that's not the challenge of making it sound good when it's loud, but when it's you wanted to be able to kind of hear the mix. So Elliot Shiner will do a lot of mixing super low volume. His mix may be this loud. And some of the things, so make sure you could hear the vocals. Make sure the snare is present, that the kick and bass are present, even at this low of a volume. And this also kind of forces you to be a very active listener. So you could mix for very long periods of time if you're not killing your ears through the whole process, and Elliot Shiner's mentor was Phil Ramone, and Phil was notorious for, I got to work on him with a few projects, when the project was starting, he would grab the control room volume on a mixer, and he's like, this is the loudest we're going to get right here. And then he would basically set this and put just a marker piece of tape. And no matter what you would do, he would never go above that reference level. So if he was here, he would just be able to kind of click. So now when you're here, you say you never, at any point in the session, ever go above that volume level. So everyone agrees to it at the beginning of a Phil Ramone session, and then that's the loudest that you're going to go in the control room. So you're not going to sit there and lie to yourself as your ears get fatigued. So, but, consider mixing very softly and make sure that you're hearing, okay, am I hearing the vocals every word? Am I hearing the snare? Is the bass sound okay with the kick? Am I hearing panning? Here we have the guitar. And if you work very low and everything is sounding great low, it's going to sound better, louder. So use the control room volume as a tool and think about it from a different perspective where you're doing more active listening. So, and there's less room considerations are a lot less important, for room treatment, because a lot of people treat their room because they're cranking up their monitoring level a lot. All right, and we see another question from Vince. What's the best way to add vocals to instrumental songs, or are they created at the same time? So a lot of times people may record a scratch vocal during a session, like when the band, if you have let's say rhythm tracks going on, I've gotten great results where someone may record a scratch vocal, and you just tell them oh, you're not, just record a scratch vocal, because people will play to the vocal. People will know the arrangement based on the vocal often, and I would do this with guitar solos too. Sometimes when you tell the singer, because there's always a psychology when working with singers, because it's a very intimate thing, recording a vocal, like in big sessions, like when I worked in New York, often it would only be the producer and maybe an engineer and a vocalist, and everyone else would have to leave the room, because it's a very intimate revelation of what your vocal is doing on a song, and they don't want to have other people judging them if they're making mistakes. But and often sometimes the scratch vocal that someone records that they're not worried about, that they're not thinking I got to get everything right, will have a better performance than the vocal that they spend days getting. They're trying to recreate the magic of the scratch vocal. So always be recording. Record a vocal whenever you get a chance. Record every guitar solo. Keep every guitar solo. There's lots of times I used to do this with a friend of mine when I recorded his guitar solos. I would just tell him I was working on levels and tone on a mixer. We're just going to play through a couple times. And then he didn't think we were recording. He was just kind of noodling around, and he would come up with the best guitar solo at that point. And he's like, okay, I'm ready to do my solo. I'm like, you got it 2 takes ago. Let's listen to it. And he's like, oh, that's great. I didn't think you were recording. So always record every part, because vocals, guitar solos can be captured when people aren't expecting, they aren't nervous, they don't have the anxiety of, the record button going on in their head. So, but generally, if you have the option to always record a scratch vocal, and if you have a vocal, there's a good chance that a scratch vocal may live to be the final vocal as well. Okay, question. Jumped on me. Find my spot. I have lots of questions in my future. Okay, so we have a question from Sahil Solanki. Whenever I quantize MIDI in Cubase, it's never accurate. What do I do? All right, so let's say I want to just... All right, so usually the quantization is pretty accurate, but sometimes the settings that you use for the quantization could not be like the best choice. So let's come over here. Let's say, okay, I want to take this Rhodes part, and I will come over to our control room. All right, so let me just quantize. I'll play something in here, record it. Okay, so let's look at, so say we just kind of played something in. Now you have to find like what the actual rhythmic value that you want to use for the quantizing. So when you quantize, we say generally like the smallest value that we want. So let's say we're listening to this. Right, so we're probably going to be using eighth notes because eighth notes is kind of the smallest rhythmic pulse. So when we look at our notes here, we can see that, okay, we're starting, so this should probably be, our start point is slightly before the beat. Let's come here. We see that this isn't on measure 3 exactly. This note is probably not starting right on measure 4. It's 2 ticks late. All right, so let's say in this example, I want to quantize it as eighth notes. So I would hit Q. So I'm going to select all the notes. And now when we look at it, all of these are going to be quantized perfectly to the eighth notes. All right, now sometimes there's also when we go into your quantize settings, so we'll come over here, there's also a soft quantize. And what a soft quantize will allow us to do is to quantize based on a percentage. So let's say I have a note that is roughly at measure 7. We'll start this a little early. Okay, so when we look at this particular note, we'll zoom in. We can see that we're starting not on measure 7 exactly. We're starting at measure 6, clock, pulse 4, 16th division 4, 57. All right, so now that we go to our quantize settings, and sometimes this will be called a soft quantize or an iterative quantization, we have our percentage set to 80%. So if I come over here and I have this note selected, and I hit Q, it didn't move it close, it didn't move it directly on the beat. What it's done is it moved it 80% closer to the beat. And then if I hit it again, it moves it 80% closer. And 80% closer, 80% closer. So it doesn't actually, if we zoom in, we're not going to actually get to the beat per se. We're just going to get 80% closer to the beat. So make sure that, if you want the quantization to be, very precise, that you don't have soft quantize on, and make sure that you have the correct rhythmic value selected. So you may have to choose, let's say I'm here, I'm recording. All right, so there I had mixed tuplets and triplets. So I may have to say, okay, these notes. So we listen to this. All right, so maybe I would take these notes and choose to quantize them as eighth note triplets. And these notes I would quantize as quarter notes. So now I select my different quantize value. So now when we listen to it, so it could be, now if I quantized everything here to quarter notes and we had tuplets and triplets together, so I say, okay, let's mix this, do this all to quarter notes. Now my values that are triplets are going to be quantized not as triplets, but as quarter notes. So it'll sound like this. So make sure that you're quantizing kind of based on the appropriate, rhythmic value. And it's generally the smallest rhythmic value for that. But be aware of, that you may want to quantize as eighth note triplets, and that, generally you don't mix triplets and tuplets together. So now I want this to be quarter notes, hit Q, and let me know if that's helpful. But and also, if it's not quantizing as, it's like it's not quite on the beat, make sure you don't have the soft quantize enabled. All right, so we see from Vince, once tracks are complete and streamed, do you delete all the files used to save CPU space? I would say, if we're in the days when perhaps, perhaps if you're in the days when we had, a 1 gigabyte hard drive and you did a CD and then you had to move all of the content from, one CD to like a different drive to back everything up because, you only had like 1.2 CDs worth of space on a 1 gigabyte drive. That people would tend to do that then. I would always just kind of back up stuff and leave it so that you have it. What if you put your life's work on the streaming services and they crashed? Or they went out of business and they don't allow anyone to access any of the files that were uploaded. Let's say Spotify goes bankrupt or they get sued by someone and they go out of business. I would always keep a file, a hard copy. Many people say it's not truly backed up until it's backed up onto 2 or 3 different locations. So I would always keep, hard disk space is very inexpensive. So I think it's worth keeping the backups even after it's all completed and streaming. All right, great to see Tiago joining from Brazil. Great. Mark Rabin's giving a big woof to myself. Thank you for that. All right, so we have Beverly who's having fish and chips and mushy peas in Manchester in the UK. I don't think we've done many cowbells, so we'll try to get some in for you, Beverly. Thanks for joining us while you're away from home. All right, so we have Sable Winters joining from Bay Area. Thanks for being online with us. David M. is suggesting that Beverly go to Johnny Roadhouse, big shop on Oxford Road. All right, so we see from section 1 says I've done external instruments. I have a UR44C, so they have their own channels. So that's great. Yeah, so if you wanted to, capture them as individual audio files, you could do that. If you wanted to capture it as a stereo mix of everything, you could send it to a group and send that group as an input on the audio channel. All right. So we see Soul Sound Official. Hi, Greg. Do you know how to fix the lag when starting any project, even an empty project? The disk cache lags for a couple of seconds. Then I can press again. I have a couple MIDI devices connected only. So let me know if you have any MIDI sync that's on. So if you come over here, let's go to your transport menu. Get your project synchronization set up. So if you have a couple MIDI devices, if it's kind of waiting for to output MIDI clock or MIDI time code, that could cause some delay. Usually there's like a slight bit of disk cache, like when you play. Check to see if if your project is started, from a different drive, if that makes a difference. Also, check to see if it makes a difference when you go to your studio menu to studio setup, and you select your audio interface. If you change or adjust the buffer size there, if that makes a difference. So generally, those are some things that could add to a lag in, like, as you're first starting to playback of a project. All right. All right. So we see. Can you show and demonstrate this when you have a Dante and MADI interface Ethernet routing? So MADI isn't using Ethernet. It's going to be using a MADI cable, but Dante will be using Ethernet. It's just going to be working. So if you have the Dante virtual sound card driver, I don't have a license for that. I'm probably not going to spend $80 to get a license for it. I could see if there's any licenses available at Steinberg for me to use. But it's kind of out of the realm of Cubase. I don't have the Dante virtual sound card, but there are free trainings on using and free certifications for Dante as well. So we see Beverly's gonna go up north and get a selfie with the Loch Ness Monster and run into Michael Teams while he's in Scotland. All right, so we have Jan Nielsen checking in from Denmark using Cubase 13 Pro. Thanks for joining us today, being part of the community. All right, so we see I got a question. Groove Agent 5 MIDI input hits peak often. What is the best way to lower overall volume, please, of all pieces of individual outs? So it's the MIDI channel that's overloading. So I'm not sure if the MIDI is overloading. You may see MIDI activity. Sometimes certain controllers may, do handshakes called MIDI active sensing that may, depending on your controller, and it's kind of like a, hey, I'm here type of handshake message. So sometimes, we can see the MIDI active sensing going on when you think it's MIDI overlapping. It's going to be sending MIDI messages. So if you come over here and just, look at the MIDI activity that we see here, say if you have 4 devices going on, you may see a lot of MIDI activity. But let's take a quick look. You want to lower the overall volume. Just come here. Great. So let's say if we're playing. All right, so let's say we have our kick going out of a different output. Good to find the rate. All right, so we see that these are going. Let's see if I just come over here to So even though my kick is going to separate outputs here, as we see in our mix console, all right, and I'll just put my overheads in separate outs. And my room mics. Okay, so let's say, just want to take my kicks. So even though it's being routed to a separate out, let's see if I come over to the overall volume inside a Groove Agent, if that makes a difference. You know, so what you might have to do if it's, you know, seeing a lot of activity and it's peaking, you know, and if you have it going to your different outputs, you know, and these are all kind of being bussed out, is right click and add a VCA track to the existing. And then you could bring down all the tracks proportionally like that, especially if you have automation. So try just selecting, like, you know, the different outputs on the mixer and Groove Agent and send it to VCA and see if that helps you, Mark. All right, so we see Jan Nielsen. How do you quantize an acoustic guitar? All right. All right, so let's take a look at, let's say we have our so I'm going to select the guitar part. Let's go to our quantize. So let's say, okay, I want this to do eighth notes, and I'm going to select audio warp quantize. So this is our guitar part. Go from this so now I'll apply the quantize. So that would be the first thing I would do, is just try to apply quantize and make sure you have the audio warp quantize turned on, set the rhythmic value. If you need to go in and, you know, like if you want to manually tweak some parts for feel, you could switch the tool here to your warp tool and then go to free warp. And with free warp, you may have like a number of different warp markers. If you see these yellow lines, You may not see them depending on your zoom factor. So if you go, oh, I don't see any lines, you may have to kind of just zoom in. One thing that you could also do is just get your audio to real-time processing and choose to create warp markers from hit points that will populate the warp markers. And then if you just hover to the right of the warp markers, at this point, you can just have that automatically. You can move those particular attacks. So you can say, and then if you have this set to snap, I can say, okay, I want this to be snapping to eighth notes. You could actually kind of just snap the events, and you could move like the attacks of different notes as well. So that's how you could quantize an acoustic guitar. All right, Mark Rabin is just asking, is today's Zoom, so it's going to be on Friday. All right, so we see, sorry, Greg, back to bouncer, render, and spectral layers. What is the difference between the two? So the end result may be the same, but if you do a render in place with spectral layers, that could include like the different effects processing. So if you had EQs and compression and volume changes, that would be included within a render in place, but a bounce selection would just take all of the files and create a new file, but not include any of the effects or adjustments to the sound from the channel itself. That doesn't incorporate doesn't change the sound at all. Great, wonderful to see Kerwin Young joining from Atlanta area. Hope you're well. All right, so we see Mark Rabin just says, nice plate hints in reverence. Did not know that. Sable is wondering where Weatherford, Texas is in the ice cream. So Michael Teens is on holiday in Scotland this week. All right, so we see Mark Rabin has used Claude to build an optimization.bat file for Cubase. Says it's A+. Sable is wondering if is wagering if Michael Teams will wear kilt there. Oh, it's in Scotland. See, Danielle is going to go to bed. Thanks for joining us today. So you see Mark Rabin's bat says sets his buffer, kills all Chrome processes, readies machine for Cubase, and on resume services, every machine needs custom. All right, so we see from Mark Rabin, just says, Greg, you just nailed what I needed. Thank you for your ESP techniques. They're amazing. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Just reading through a lot of comments, optimizing. Okay, my chat field jumps and back to where I was. All right, so we see from Sabatino Studios in Orlando, it says I can't figure out why the listen button doesn't work all the time. Any tips would help. All right, so say I want to come over here. So what the listen bus can do, so say I want to come over here to my bass part, and I click on the listen. Now when we go to our main section here inside of, and then we go to levels, at this point we could check the listen dim amount. So if your listen dim amount isn't set to dim, when you click on the listen, it may appear that nothing is really happening. So I'll just set this to, so now if I bring this listen dim down, when I click listen, that's how much so I had the bass selected, and I click listen, the air tracks gets brought down in volume. And then you could also have this be after fader listen mode. So make sure that your listen dim is set, and if you don't see that, you may just see like the levels tab here on the main. So open up the main area, go to the levels here. And make sure that when that's down, so instead of soloing, which mutes all the air tracks, you just go to listen, and that will dim the tracks or mute them depending on what your listen dim value is set to. So if I want to still hear the other aspects, but have the bass kind of jump out in prominence. So let me know how that's working for you, Vinny. Great to see you on the live stream. All right, so we see from Robbie and Becky, thanks, Gregor. You played the part with my question in the live because I didn't catch it. I gotta say, you understood me right. Only one thing, how to make sure I can match a straight groove with the shuffle. So if it's like two different parts, let's say I have all right, so let's say we look at our drums here. I'll just take a quick look in the drum editor. All right, so we may have like drums here if it's with the quantizing. Like maybe some of these drums are going to be a little earlier, a little late. One of the things that you could do is, let's say I want to quantize this, say straight to eighth notes. We'll quantize that, and let's say if this one I wanted to add kind of a swing to this particular feel. So when we go to the quantize panel, we could just go to your quantize swing. So I'll just exaggerate this. So on these particular tracks here, I'm going to just apply the quantize and not the. So, if you want it to, come over, and this is only one thing, how to make sure I can match a straight groove with a shuffle. So if you want to add the shuffle, you can just come in right over here, and in the quantize swing, you could apply that. You could also just kind of take the feel from a part, drop it in, and then quantize based on that groove. So any MIDI or audio event you have, you could drag it into the editor here. So you say, okay, I want the bass to be the groove for the drums. Now I could select the drums and quantize based on the bass. So you could do MIDI, MIDI to audio, audio to MIDI, etc. So check out the swing feel as well when you're doing that. All right, so maybe this is going back to our two different songs at different tempos. So sorry if I okay, so this is going back to the 115 and 60, like the two different projects that we merged together. Robbie's question. I want the same instruments on the 60 BPM part and make sure that the straight groove becomes a shuffle groove way less. So yeah, when you do the quantizing, just again, when we get to your quantized value, at just try to adjust your quantized swing. Something you could do that's non-destructive also is if you just go to the MIDI plugin, there's a quantizer plugin, and you could also just apply a swing feel directly to like those parts as well. C5E says, that's all my questions, Greg. Thanks. Always have more. Here to help. Mark Raven says he was a trainer at Microsoft 26 years ago. It was great and horrible. So we see Terry Gray just saying that the Doomsday Prepper backup advice: 3 is 2, 2 is 1, 1 is none. All right, so we see John Koskian says, hello to Greg and whole Cubase Nation, late due to no electricity, but present. Yeah, I want to apologize. Last Tuesday, I lost power here. I know I was in the middle of a live stream and lost power for 3 hours. I think we had a transformer blow up in our neighborhood. We had a storm coming in, which came in later. Luckily, we didn't lose power during the storm, but sorry for the abrupt ending for last Tuesday's live stream, but hope you get power back soon. Back with my nephew. I saw like the horrific tornado damage in Wisconsin. I hope it didn't affect you, John. Unity. Mark Raven says, this is all super awesome info today. Thank you, Greg. You're welcome. It's all super awesome questions. Right, so you see Robbie just asking just a few questions came up during the weekends. Is what's the best place for producers Fine artist in 2026. Can you tell us about your band experiences and what do you want for your birthday? Not sure if that's aimed at me, but so we see John Koskinen lost power for a day and a half and just popped on. So sorry you had to do that. That's no fun ever. So a lot of people buying generators in your neighborhood. Glad that your power is back. All right. Dale Nordier says, hi, Greg. Is there a way in Cubase to set the MIDI quantization to 96 ppq or lower ppqn or more rigid feel? So really, so right now when we go to your Cubase, Cubase is playing back at sample accurate resolution for your MIDI. When we come over here, let's go to your MIDI. When we do this, we could say, okay, MIDI display for 16th notes equals 120 ticks. So we could say, so if you want it to be 96 ppq, you could come here and just type in 6. You go down to 60. Let's see if we can get lower than that. So that would be a 240 ppq resolution. But, just because the resolution is higher doesn't mean that the quantize values, if you quantize to quarter notes at, 60, at 90, let's say you're at 120 beats per minute, you quantize to quarter notes, it's still going to be at a very kind of coarse resolution if you wanted it. So, but, check out, because all of the timing, just use a smaller quantize resolution when you do it. So, okay, so we see 12 Chains Music says, I'm Michael. I'm new to Cubase. So thanks for joining us. And Nielsen, and welcome to the community. We do these live streams on Tuesdays and Fridays, starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, just helping you get up to speed so you could get the best usage out of your Cubase. Great. We see Michael Teams bopping in and out due to dodgy internet in the Scottish Highlands. Keep rocking, everybody, he says. All right, Soul Sound Official. Can you show non-linear Cubase plugins and what is the best way to do mid-side or dual mono compression for mastering? Is there an easy way to switch between modes? All right, so let's say I want to do dual mono. Just import. Okay, so let's say I have my stereo file. So if I wanted to do
chimney smoke in the air.
Let me just get the right sample rate here. So. All right, so let's say we want to do like mid-side processing. So if you come over to frequency, we could use this as. So let's say, okay, I want to do this. So I could have that be stereo or left, right. So if I wanted my left to be very bright. and my right channel to be
in the sand.
Or we could come over and just do mid-side.
Think I saw God today. She was singing for change.
So let's get to the sides. Now, once we do this, we could also just switch this to be in dynamic.
Some say die young and pretty. I'll let the poet make that case.
So we have, individual side bands, but we could also just kind of come over here and say, okay, now that we're on. So now I could just come over and say, okay, let's do our mid.
Got more years behind me than I'm looking forward to. It's not that it bothers me, it's just a time really flew.
So now we're just doing dynamic EQ on just the mid or the sides.
Some say die young and pretty. I'll let the dreamer make that case. As for me, I'm going out withered, frayed and spent, with a smile on my face.
Now, if we wanted to do like dual mono compression, we could just come over here. Let's add, let's say, we'll go to our dynamics. Let's add a compressor. So you see that we could do that on the frequency EQ, but we could also just come over here, say, okay, let's go to our compressor. So we have two compression stages. I want to go to my routing. We could say, let's make this mono. And then when we go into our routing editor, we could just say, okay, let's have different settings so that this is doing the right channel. We go to the other compressor. This is processing on the left channel. We can just close this out. When we go to the inserts, we can now apply compression differently on the left and right channels.
She was clairvoyant, said, hey man, isn't this strange? And I'll tell your folks that you're doing fine. Some say die and pretty. I'll let the poet make that case. As for me, I'm going out wrinkled, worn and drained, with a smile on my face.
So that way you press one channel independently of the others.
Got more years behind me than I'm looking forward to. It's not that.
So very easy to kind of work with that. So. Okay. All right, so you see from TrackQuest Music, just said, sorry, missing answer. How to resolve missing files or .peak file forever. Sorry if I missed that. If you have missing files, if you can't find them, if you go into your media menu, you could just say remove unused media. And then when you save the project at that point, it should not look for the missing files. And then if you have like a peak, like where the image of the file isn't coming up and it's missing the file, you could click on the generate thumbnail cache. Sorry if I missed that earlier. TrackQuest Music. Apologies. Right, so you see from Mark Rabin says, yes, envelope shaper is exactly the tool I needed. Always forget it exists, especially in guitar when I want to sound bubbly. Right, 12 Chains of Music asks, is Cubase LE different than regular Cubase? So there's 5 different versions of Cubase. There's Cubase LE, which comes bundled with third-party hardware. So I think now if you get a Focusrite interface, you get an Audient interface, you get a copy of Cubase LE with that. Also, there's Cubase AI. Cubase AI comes bundled with Yamaha hardware, and Steinberg had a range of hardware under the Steinberg brand that was manufactured by Yamaha. Yamaha is doing all of the branding and sales and distribution of the hardware now, and that has some special integration, and they call that advanced integration. We've been doing that since 2007-ish. So that's what the version is called, Cubase AI. So if you have Yamaha hardware or previously Steinberg branded hardware, you got AI, so that there was advanced integration between the hardware and software. And then there's Cubase Elements, which is like a $99 version of Cubase. As you go up, there's more and more features. So if you're looking for, that particular price point, if you need more tracks in Cubase Elements, more instruments, you can get Cubase Artist. And then what I've been showing all afternoon is Cubase Pro, so which sells in the United States for around $579. So you have Cubase LE, AI. Both of those are what they call OEM, which come bundled with hardware. And then what is sold separately as software is Elements, Artist, and Pro. And what I use on the live streams is Pro, since it has kind of all the features in the Cubase family. And if you want to see you go to the Steinberg website, see like a Cubase comparison chart. Google that, then you can see exactly what's in LE, AI, Elements, Artist, and Pro version. Comments here. All right, so we see a question from 54 Beatmaker 54, who asks how to zoom in and out of selected tracks only with the mouse scroll wheel. Currently holding Shift plus scroll to zoom in and out of all tracks. Just right, so let's say we have selected tracks here. So I think that when we're using kind of the scroll wheel, that will kind of be global. So let's say I'm doing Command Shift, so this doesn't distinguish between selected and not selected tracks. If that's something that you want to kind of automatically be enabled, you could just, if you hold down the shift key and grab the bottom, you could just zoom like those particular tracks without affecting the zoom using kind of the scroll wheel here. Let me just tuck that away. Let's say I have these tracks selected. So I'm going to hold down the shift key, and with my selected tracks, I could zoom these simultaneously. Without affecting the other ones. And there's also another trick that you could use. So let's say these are all going to be, if you always want the selected track to be to zoom or selected tracks, get to the edit, you could just choose enlarge selected track. And now when you come over here, you could just say, I want to take those tracks. And as I select a track, that track becomes zoomed as well. It's just a preference. And again, that's under edit, zoom selected, enlarge selected track. That way you don't have to do anything. You just select a track and then it's automatically enlarged for you. All right, let me just go to some questions that were mailed in. All right. Get a new project set up for this. All right, in Cubase 14, I could drag multiple files and had the choice to place them on different tracks or all on a single track. I can't find that choice now. Is this a bug? All right, so let's come over and I'm just going to select a number of different files. All right, so when I do this, I could drag these files over and we see that now all of these samples go to, move my cursor back here. So when I do this, all the files get placed onto their own separate track. Now before, when we would drag these files in, we would often get a little prompt saying, do you want it to be all on one track or on different tracks? This is actually now a preference. So when you come over here, we could just say, let's go to your preferences or settings. And we could come over and we will just say, okay, on editing audio, on import files on one track. So we could now just come over here and now, like, if we want to import or drag a bunch of files, so let's say if now when I come over here, we can say, let's import a number of files. They will all go to separate tracks. If I wanted them to all be on the same track, I turn that preference on, hit apply, okay, and import audio files. And now they'll all be staggered on one single track. As a preference was added sometime in the 15 life cycle. So just check this particular preference right there. Okay, let me open up project here. Okay, so we had a question, how to select every other bass drum MIDI note in a logical editor that is C1. Okay. Okay, so let's say I have file here. We look at it in, or so we'll just play this. Okay, so I want to select every other bass drum. Okay, so let's go to our logical editor. So if we don't want to, for every single bass drum, you come in here and select every other one, especially if you have like, minutes of worth of music. If you don't want to do this dance all day long, we could avoid that by using the logical editor. And we can think of the logical editor as a way to kind of automate different selections and different edits in kind of what's often referred to as a Boolean manner. So, which is kind of if this, then that. So we're going to choose our action to select. So we want to select type is equal to notes. So we're going to select notes. We want that note. We're going to choose to be a C1 note. So we would choose subtype on a MIDI note message. Subtype is pitch. And we're going to just change this to be MIDI C1. Okay, and now what we want to do is so now we could select every note that's a C1. And sometimes as you build these particular, so we can say, all right, so now we're selecting every C1, but we want to select every other C1, kind of like the and of like this 16th note pickup here. Okay, so what I want to do now, we'll insert a third condition, and we'll say, let's go to our last event. We will have an option for every other event, and we'll say event counter, and we want it to be every second event. Okay, so now when I come here, we're going to select every other note. Now, sometimes you may want to use that as a basis for maybe I want to adjust the velocity of every note down by a value of 30. So let's say looks like they're around 100 for the velocity, and I want every like pickup note to be like a where the second note is louder. So what I want to do is we have our filter targets. So now that we selected those, I want to transform every other note. So I'm going to switch from select to transform, and we want to go to velocity. We're going to subtract a value of 30. Okay, so now when I do this and we select all of our notes, we can see that the velocity will be softer on that note. So that's how we could, select every other bass drum note. I don't have to select the notes and select every other one. I could say, select every C1 note, every other one, and then we could choose to transform that selection by decreasing your velocity by, let's do, if I run this again, it'll just knock down the velocity on those particular notes. Again, so if you want to do it incrementally, you can treat it like that. All right. All right, we had a question on, I think it was maybe 2 or 3 Hangouts ago. I was going to get to it last week, but I lost electricity, much like John Costigan, not as badly as John. And the question was, when we have MIDI events that are kind of overlapping, we wanted to take like these MIDI events here So let's say I want to take these MIDI events and select them and have it fill in the gaps only between just, yeah, so I want to copy this over and fill in the gaps with these particular MIDI events, but still kind of keep the same start times. So I want to drag this over, and we're going to fill in the gaps where we see like this particular MIDI event. So let me just for demonstration purposes. So when I drag these over, we want these to get rid of kind of the underlying notes so that there's no clashing. So to do this, if we just want to go to one of the preferences, one of the editing preferences that you can often go back and forth is under editing of delete overlaps. So now when I drag these two events over, they're not going to merge the events, but this particular event, I'll make these larger so you can see it a little easier. These particular events, when I drag them over, we can now see that those events have, instead of overlapping and merging, we've replaced those particular events. So where it was overlapping, that has been erased. So that's what it was like before. We had notes that were here, notes there, notes that were hanging out there. And what the question was to take these to keep the same amount of space, but to delete the underlying notes so that they're not clashing. So once delete overlaps is enabled, those parts are now erased for you. So again, drag it over. We're going to delete the overlapping events. And since we drag those on top, that deletes the underlying events. Again, I move these, see that those original events there are gone, and we can see that they're back. So again, that preference for editing, it's a good preference to be aware of in general. It'll work for audio events as well, is just to come over and to delete overlaps under the editing category. All right, we had another question. Thanks for your fantastic help on the Club Cubase YouTube channel. About the combination of spectral layers and vari audio. Here are the steps for my test. I'm French, so I hope this will make sense in English. One audio clip with a note on C1. So let's come over here to this vari audio, and I'll do an analysis. So we're going to have, let me switch. Okay, so let's say I'm here. We have a note on C1. It says one audio clip with one note on C with vari audio, change it to D or any other note. All right, so let's go ahead and. Okay, so I'll come here. Let's change this to a D note. Okay. It says launch audio extensions, spectral layers, and do any type of changes. Okay, so I'm going to take this clip. Let's come over to, and I'm just going to duplicate this track version here. So we go back. Okay. All right, so let's come over here to spectral layers. So we'll come over to panel. And do any type of changes. Okay, so let's say I will cut out just a little bit of the word here. Okay, so we say make extensions permanent. Okay, so we'll come here. Let's make our track extensions permanent. Great. The audio clip now plays in E. Okay, so let's go ahead and great. So for me, it's still playing. I'll just do some well, it changed. So it says the audio clip now plays in E, making extensions permanent. Also makes it very audio permanent. So it is mandatory to do both processes with the render in place between them. So, it's when you're rendering in place, when you do make the extension permanent, it's going to basically embed all of those processes in. So what I would do is if you do a render in place, I would just do like the track version, and from the track version there, switch it. In that way you could go back to kind of the original version here. So let's say if I want to look at this again, we could go back to our spectral layers and so that will kind of, but it seemed like the pitch was the same when I did it here. So let's say I have this, I will do the spectral layers on this. This is a different audio file. So let's come over here. I'll do spectral layers later on in the particular section. So we have this on our track. Just add the extension here for. But, but I would always, like, when I'm doing very audio, I always like to have the original file. I will duplicate that, do all of my tuning, and then just use track versions to kind of navigate back and forth between our different takes, like so. Great. And then we also had a question. I was going to go over this last time, but my power went out. And person was kind enough to send kind of a video about their spectral layers, or not spectral layers, but like with the when we go into your MIDI editor. Of it not working, like when we switch articulations on a particular event, it not working to play, and they thought it was due to like the offset, like the attack compensation. And this was a phrase that they played, and it was in a different library. I think it was maybe Spitfire library. And I took their same exact phrase, and they were having problems getting it to switch back and forth between the staccatos and the long notes. In this case, when I did it, and I used the same exact rhythm, and I had problems with the library that they were using that was causing this, like especially the 16th notes here, to not be able to switch, or the triplets to be able to switch accurately, especially when overlapping. But when I used it with the Iconica Sketch library, even though there's when we go into our note expression, we get to our expression map set up, we could see that like the sustain, when we look at, when we have like our staccato, it, doesn't seem to have any issues. I'll just try to copy this particular part, and let me put it in, just going to copy this part, and I'm going to put it in the template that I made that has all of the articulations. I just noticed maybe I didn't have that loaded here. So let's take a quick look. Copy that part. Let's go to my symphonic orchestra. Try this. And here we'll have the offsets. So I'll just put this on. All right, so let's go ahead and input in the articulations here. So let's say on the short notes, triplets here. Say spiccato. So you can see that, but the playback on their library was kind of much different. Then let me adjust this length of this particular note. But their playback in their library, like none of the 16th notes spoke. So I wonder if it's going to be more of an issue with the particular library. So let me just adjust the length of this particular note here. So, but sometimes you may have to have the longer notes kind of, when we have our attack compensations. So you may have to have those on a different track if it's super critical, or adjust the lengths of notes so that when we go to, for our attack compensations, that they will kind of play back. So just kind of the nature of the beast is if this is within 120 milliseconds of that changing, so you might have to have different tracks. All right, I know we're just about out of time. Let me just take a quick look, see if there's a last minute question we could answer before we wrap up. Thanks for all the great questions. All right, so we just see, is there a way to loop a track part independently in time with the main project, similar to the way the pattern editor does? So if you go into a particular pattern, what you could do is there's something called an independent track loop you have to open up within the particular editor. And then you have this icon here for the independent track loop. And then we could just have like the rest of the project play while this. So this way, this one particular pattern can continue to play and loop one smaller section while the rest of it continues to play on. All right, so with that, we're going to go ahead and wrap up. We're out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. We'll be back on Friday with the live stream starting at 1 p.m. And then about 2 hours in, we'll switch over to the Zoom social meetup. So with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you back on Friday. Goodbye.